And my name is Honorable Arafat Khan, representing the Mulepola North constituency. I'm the chairperson of this committee. I'm now going to request other members of this committee to introduce themselves.
Furniture le lokola komiti yone go tswa ko kgaolong ya Bothopi ya Tati East.
Dumelang ke bidwa Gaifele Stombo ke mo Parliament wa Tonota ke le lokola komiti yone. Thank you, Chair.
Ke a go leboga Modulasetilo, dumelang bagaetsho. Ke bidwa Mphemetse Kwapa ke mo Parliament wa Jwane Mabutsane ke le lokola komiti yone. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Kibidwa Jeremiah Jerry Frenzel, Member of Parliament for Shashe West constituency. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Dumela Mbakarona, Kibidwa Caterpillar Kainangura Hikwama, Kimo Parliament wa Mau West, Kile Lokola Committee Yone. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Phil Aaron, Member of Parliament for Ngami and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Papani Botali, the Acting Auditor General. I'm representing the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Keko Ketung Simayani from Office of Accountant General. I'm with my colleague, Katata Molefe, both from Accountant General. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rabalande Zinkau from Attorney General.
Thank you. I've got my colleague, Ditsala, from Auditor General as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Khamang Olebele. I'm the technical advisor to the committee. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. For the record, the names are Theo Seleto from the Parliamentary Council's office. Thank you.
I now invite MVA Fund representative to introduce themselves before they take the oath.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, and esteemed members. Kibidwa Michael Mokitsi Tlhagwane, Chief Executive Officer.
Good morning, Motsadi. Kibidwa Tsepiso Moloke. I'm the Senior Manager, Finance and Administration, for MVA Fund. Thank you.
Morning, honorable members. My name is Thabo Morotsi. I'm the Senior Manager, Board Secretary and Legal Services. Thank you so much.
Morning, honorable members. Kenna Itumele More. I'm the Senior Manager, Internal Audit. Thank you.
I'm now going to proceed to administer the oath. At this juncture, let me remind witnesses that the proceedings are held under oath. You have been summoned to give evidence before this Parliamentary Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprises. The evidence you will give before this committee will be on oath or affirmation and must be truthful in terms of the oath or affirmation you shall take before the giving of your evidence. You have the option to swear to oath on the Bible by putting your left hand on the Bible or Quran and with your right hand raised, or you may opt to make an affirmation if you object to the first oath and declare. So kindly indicate your option, the option you are electing.
I will take the oath used in the Bible.
Now. A ke re Bible ga ya gata speaker te.
No, sir.
I,
I,
full names,
Michael Mogesi Tlhagwane.
is bad. I,
Michael Mogesi Tlhagwane,
do hereby swear that
do
hereby swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence that I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. I,
Tshepiso Joseph Moloke,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
the whole truth but nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. I,
Thabo Morotsi,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this
the
committee
evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. I,
Itumela Moray,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. E tlogele siamela. Ha o ka bapala ona hela bona hore. O tima. On behalf of the Statutory Bodies Committee, I welcome you to this committee. Your attendance is highly appreciated. Please note that this examination is part of our Parliament's oversight responsibility. As a result, we welcome your cooperation and thoughtful responses to members of this committee. I'm now going to invite the accounting officer to present his executive summary. Please limit your presentation to key issues and highlights. On the mandate, ya MVA, financial performance, governance, auditor's report, BAWA, PPRA, and any other regulators report. Only 15 minutes ela go dira presentation ya gago. Ha go hetsa te re neela batotegi ba botsa dipotso. Ra leboga. Ke nako ya gago re.
Thank you very much. By way of introduction, MVA Fund started operations on the 1st of January 1987. Then under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Fund Act of 1986, the fund has gone through a number of legislative amendments. We are currently operating under the MVA Fund Amendment Act of 2021 and the MVA Fund Regulations Amendment 2022. The funds reports to Ministry of Finance. In accordance with Section 4.1, the purpose for which the fund is established is to provide compensation in the form of benefits as defined in Section 20 of the Act, to provide third-party insurance cover to drivers and owners of motor vehicle accidents in accordance with the provision of Section 20, to promote road safety and accident prevention, and to deal with matters incidental to the carrying out of the three paragraphs above. The fund provides third-party insurance covers to drivers and owners of motor vehicle. Instead of a claimant who has suffered loss suing the driver or the owner who caused the loss, the fund steps into the shoes of the driver or the owner and compensate the claimant subject to benefits limitations provided in the MVA Fund Act and MVA Fund regulations. Our sources of funding are the fuel levy income, which is currently 9.5 tebe per litre sold or imported. This is prescribed in Section 3.1 of the MVA Fund Act regulations. Foreign registered vehicle levy, which is in accordance with Section 7.1 of the MVA Fund Amendment Regulations 2022. Levies on foreign registered motor vehicles entering Botswana pays in the region of 150 to 400 pula, depending on the type of the motor vehicle, and the cover is limited for 90 days from the date of payment. We also have investment income. In the past, we accumulated surplus income, hence building substantial reserves. The funds are invested in a number of investment vehicles in accordance with our investment policy, which is reviewed on a periodic basis. Some of the funds are invested locally and are managed in-house, while some funds are invested in offshore markets and are managed by 2 offshore investment managers as a risk mitigation strategy. We are, as a fund, can access government funding in accordance with Section 17.1b. However, owing to a very good or positive financial position, we have never, since inception of the fund, accessed government funding. The benefits paid to claimants are categorized in terms of Section 15 of the MVA Fund regulations, and the total benefits payable to an injured person are limited to 1 million. Medical benefits take precedence over other benefits, as the fund's priority is to rehabilitate claimants to their pre-accident life so that they can continue to live a meaningful life. Monthly income for loss of support is limited to 6,000 per month and is paid in annual installments. A financial loss for the dependents of people who died as a consequence of road traffic accidents are entitled to a benefit of 300,000 per dependent, subject to other limitations. In accordance with Section 17 of the regulations, the amount payable for funeral expenses is currently kept at 7.5 per deceased. In accordance with Section 15.2 of the regulations, medical benefits payable for a negligent party are limited to 300,000 or stabilization period of 6 months, or whichever occurs first. In terms of claimant compensation, which is our priority, the fund takes regular public education using different platforms to encourage people to use the road responsibly. These initiatives are also meant to ensure that people affected by road traffic accidents are knowledgeable about the fund and can timely lodge claims for assessment and compensation. Over the 5-year period, from 2021 to 2025, in 2021, we settled 2,635 claims to the value of 163.3 million. In 2022, 2,346 claims to the value of 198.3 million. 2023, 2,304 to the value of 221.2 million. 2024, 2,394 claims to the value of 271.3 million. And in 2025, 2,360 claims to the value of 331.1 million. the value of claims continue to increase, mainly because of inflationary pressure. Most of the medical stock and equipment is sourced from developed countries, resulting even in imported inflation and also exchange rate fluctuations. The other challenge is that we have seen that the number of severe and moderate injuries continue to increase on an annual basis. Medical claims account for the highest proportion of our total claims at around 60% on an annual basis, mainly because people who are affected by road traffic crashes, they sustain injuries and they have to be rehabilitated on a timely basis to ensure that they can go back closer to their pre-accident lives. To enable comprehensive rehabilitation, we have signed service level agreement with all private medical emergency service providers to evacuate people from the scene of a road traffic crash to the most appropriate health facility. In addition, we have signed a service level agreement with the major private hospitals in Gaborone, being Gaborone Private Hospital, Sedile and Bikamoso. And in Francistown, we have Francistown Academic Hospital to ensure ease of access of those people who are injured in road traffic crashes. We also have a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Health, because most of the private hospitals are in cities. Now, government has got a network of hospitals and other facilities throughout the country. And because around 60% of our claimants are seen in government facilities, we believe that they need to be convergent in terms of our mandate. So we have a memorandum of understanding to collaborate. In 2022, Mr. Chair, we donated 4 intensive care units, beds at the value of 3.2 million to Ministry of Health and the other interventions that we have done. Regarding positive rehabilitation of claimants, I must indicate that we are doing well, but there's always a room for improvement. Regarding severely injured claimants, 94.7% of them achieved a positive rehabilitation outcomes within our service standard. And 97.2% of moderately injured claimants also achieved positive rehabilitation standard. At times, we are unable to meet the 100% rehabilitation standard because of the extent of the injuries that were sustained, or the fact that some of them we have to take them to South Africa or India, which then takes much longer for the rehabilitation to kick in. In terms of a cumulative number of people who are injured, severe, as of December, we have 6,185 claimants. The most prevalent injuries are fractured, amounting to 4,732, traumatic brain injuries, 1,105, spinal cord injuries, 253 claimants, and 95 claimants were amputated, had some amputated. This type of injuries are our major cost drivers and often require long-term care planning because of the permanent disability. For claimants' welfare, that is those who derive financial support from MVA fund, we had 6,971 claims, comprising of 8,224 beneficiaries, of which 6,178 or 75% are minors. 976 or 12% are spouses, and 1,070, 13% are parents. We therefore have many children who have lost parents in road traffic accidents. and our claimants outreach programs prioritize visiting minors to ensure that the funds paid to them are not misappropriated, and to take corrective action such as recovering misappropriated funds and appointing new caregivers to ensure that the minors continue to benefit from the funds awarded by MVA Fund. We also engaged the various land boards, Mr. Chair, for preferential allocation of plots for our claimants to build them suitable housing to enable the claimants to perform daily living activities independently. During the 5-year period, we successfully advocated for 12 claimants to be allocated plots. During the same period, we undertook 24 home modifications and constructed 8 self-contained units to ensure that the claimants can live independently. In terms of service delivery, our offices are located in Gaborone, Phalape, Silibi, Pico, Francistown, Mong, and Kang. We also have mobile offices which are used to reach out to places where we do not have physical offices. Currently, our average compliance to service standard is 90%. We will see how we can continue to improve to reach an optimum level. One of our core mandates is road safety promotion and community engagement. On an annual basis, we spend roughly 10 million on road safety promotion initiatives geared towards encouraging road users to adopt a responsible behavior on our road to reduce the number of road traffic accidents and associated deaths and serious injuries. The fund also has a program known as the Community Road Safety Grant Scheme, which encourages formation of road safety clubs in communities to address road safety challenges. Thank you very much. In terms of a strategic plan, our strategic plan is aligned to Vision 2036, National Development Plan 12, UN Decade of Action, Economic Transformation Program. Our 2 strategic plans straddled the current 5 years. One was Kosama Siko Strategic Plan 2018 to 2022, Mpatlalazane 2023 to 2027, and we have performed well with a score of 105 against the target of 100%. In terms of risk management, our score was 93.5% against the target of 100%. Employee engagement, we currently have 124 employees, and we have maintained an agile and lean staff complement to ensure that in years where we do not perform well, we do not restructure. As an MVA Fund, we have never restructured, resulting in job losses. We also have a collective labor agreement with Bopeu to enhance labor relations and negotiations for improving working conditions. Regarding financial performance, Mr. Chair, the latest financial statements which have been audited are for the financial year 2021. We recorded a total income of 650.2 million against a budget of 247.5 million, largely due to net investment income of 340.6 million. Total expenditure was 347.6 million against a budget of 479.7 million, resulting in a favorable variance of 27.5%. The fund recorded a surplus of 316.3 million and a total comprehensive income of 219.2 million. Regarding the financial year 2022, currently the audit has been completed. Unfortunately, Chair, for the last 13 months, we've not had a quorate board. So much as the audit has not been completed, it is yet to be approved by the board, and it now has a ripple effect on the other audits. Hopefully the ministry will do what is needful and ensure that NVA fund has a quorate board. In terms of corporate governance issues, the appointment of the board is done in accordance with section 6.1. The chief executive officer is appointed in accordance with 15.1. The fund has been without a quorate board since April 1st, 2025, following end of tenure of 6 board members out of 8. As a result, we only have 2 board members and they do not form a quorum. Regarding regulatory compliance, Public Procurement Regulatory Authority recently audited NVA fund, and we are awaiting the report. We've been following with them. Hopefully they will ensure that the report is made available so that if there are any gaps, we will then address them. We were audited by BOTSWANA Accountancy Oversight Authority. There were 17 audit findings that were raised. 9 have been implemented. 3 are ongoing. 5 may require legislative amendment. I'm saying may because the issues that were picked in BAO are as a result of what the NVA Fund Act prescribes. Some of the issues that we say may require legislative amendments are that the board chairperson and non-executive directors are not independent as they are appointed by the minister. There is no executive manager in the board, no succession plan for directors and chairperson. The appointment of the chief executive should be done independently and not by the ministries. And further, that the chairperson of the board is not a member of the Human Capital Committee. Of course, we have looked at these together with the BAO Act. The BAO Act is almost a carbon copy of other statutory bodies. Therefore, we hope that because they were saying they were starting work on BOTSWANA Code, some of these things could be addressed. In terms of the challenges, the achievements, we have migrated successfully to NVA Fund Amendment Act of 2021 and NVA Fund Regulations Amendment of 22 to improve service delivery, limitation of claims to foreign nationals based on the permits, positive performance of strategic plan exceeding the set target, development of strategic plan which is aligned to national and international priorities, positive claimant rehabilitation outcome, resuscitation of the National Road Safety Committee, improved collaboration with key stakeholders in the road safety promotion spheres, annual reduction in road traffic, prudent management of financial resources without the need to request government intervention. Challenges. The main one is lack of board chair. We've been operating without a board for some time. We are currently operating without an approved budget for the financial year 2026. Failure to approve the audited financial statement for the financial year ended 31st, 2022, which will create a backlog of subsequent financial years. Failure to comply with our collective labor agreements on staff welfare issues. The absence of the board, I must hasten that it has not affected our statutory mandate of providing benefits to the claimants. We continue to provide the benefits as codified in the Act. The other significant challenge, Mr. Chair, was that the fund had a cybersecurity attack on the 30th of November 2021. Following the incidents, we reported it to BOCRA, Botswana Police and DIS. And the root cause of the attack was both internal and external. External, the internet service provider failed to monitor emails coming into the country and thus significantly compromising our security. Internal was attributable to inadequate monitoring systems in our network. The fund relied heavily on endpoints antivirus solutions, which were not effective in identifying or preventing the breach. The black bite which attacked us was released around October, and within the country and outside the country, it caused a lot of havoc. The malware hit the production environment and the DR side simultaneously because our replication was done on a real-time basis. The breach also enabled unauthorized access to internal system without triggering sufficient early alerts. Chair, we've had to incur heavy costs on data recovery.
20 minutes.
It's a very big organization.
It's a big organization.
Yes, we incurred about 3.7 million in the data recovery.
3 minutes we ran up.
Huh?
3 minutes we.
Exactly. Thank you. So we've improved our cybersecurity architecture, but because we are in a live environment, I would not want to say how, because it may continue to compromise our systems. But should there be need to submit a written report to the committee, we will gladly do that. The other challenges was an outstanding shareholder compact with the government. We submitted same to the ministry in November 2022. We continue to reach out to the ministry, but we have not been successful. The other challenges that we see is limitation of the benefits, particularly the 1 million for people who are injured. Most people who sustain spinal cord injuries or head injuries, normally they go beyond the 1 million. And with our good relationship with the Ministry of Health, we sometimes send them to the Ministry of Health for assistance, though they have their own challenges. Last year, we had a challenge where most of our claimants could not be assisted by the Ministry of Health owing to a capacity constraint. We had to transfer around 124 patients from government facility to private facilities and incurred around 10 million. The other one is road traffic accidents. Over 70% of annual road traffic accidents are attributable to men. And our strategy has been to develop men's road safety pieces to address the challenge. The other one is that we see youth between the age of 21 years to 45 years being affected in road traffic accident, and around 68% of the fatalities are attributable to that age group. And the major challenges in the road safety sphere is behavioral factors. Around 95% of road traffic accidents are attributable to behavioral factors, and we spend around 10 million. However, the expenditure on road safety promotions have a long payback period. You don't spend 1 million today and immediately get the result tomorrow, because these are behavioral factors. Thank you very much.
Yeah, right to me, or is it 10 minutes? Kitanela Parliament or Westmulo Bosa, Tasimula Honorable Aaron.
Kialebogache, Taxes Wakase, Kiboleboge Re Tawani, right? In Charlam gongwe ke sa bitse le nna sentle for your submissions. Mme gongwe ke tla rata go tlhaloganya dio dingwe gongwe dingwe o ka tswa o di buile mme ke batla gore gongwe di ntlhalosetse botoka. First, with regard to performance against mandate, Section 17 of the MVA Fund Act clearly stipulates that the fuel seller need to provide audit certificate to MVA certifying the volume of fuel and levy collected and paid. Is the fund able to give an account of whether the fuel seller is fully compliant with Section 17? And if not, what are the contributing factors to the non-compliance? The Mpatalatsane strategy that you mentioned, I understand has come to an end, and the fund is already reporting success. What was used to measure the success of the strategy? And again, within your mandate, in executing your mandate, how does the fund guard against fraudulent activities from claimant and service providers, which have the capability to strain the fund's resources? Some fictitious claims it's a logore di autualla tenko gongwe ka ditlhalosa botoka. Ke a leboga.
Yes. Honorable Francis.
Honorable Chair, thank you, CEO, for that presentation. My first question will be, you have not provided audited financial statements since 2021. In addition, you did not provide financial statements to this committee, which are matching with the period under review. Please explain reason for this non-compliance besides cyber attack. Honorable Chair, when you're doing your presentation, vehicles pay between 152 to 400 pula, and it will cover for a period of 90 days. And if the said vehicle is involved in an accident, let's say a foreigner from Tanzania, South Africa, involved in more accident than mono, and they cover 7,000 pula per month, and usubaka on hore la cover motor involved in an accident. The other one is the medication cost. Let's say there's some facilities selling or the agreement Francis Town and the other ones. How medication cost exceed a budget alone per motor involved in an accident? Who pays extra cost? Let's say budget alone hella critical. Who covers the costs in extra? The other one, the fund was faced with a cybersecurity breach which wiped out all financial data. How was the fund able to recover this data? And lastly, Honorable Chair, Kanye Ening Hongwe presenter super horeba ba dealing to Malan Hong Campo head of approach at the land board with regards to banana ba bong ba lositse batsadi ba bone. I mean, nna ke tsaya ke re ke nngwe ya megopolo e mente thata e leng gore gongwe ka berekela batswana ba le bantsi. Yaanong ke batla go itse gore le simolotse leng, because ga o re wa lebelela o ithaele gore kana di-miner ga di setse di latlhegetswe ke botsadi go na le ba e leng gore ba thika care go bona gore ba tshela jang. Mme yone kgang yone ya ma 300,000 a e leng gore go ngwala ntsha o ithaele gore bone ba bata yone as regard to go agela bana. And you got to gore le thusa ka kgang tsa accommodation le thusa le lebeletseng le gone up to now le thuse batho ba ka tshwara bo bokae, because I believe ya go approach the land body le ba agela, it's a good idea e leng gore nna ke tsaya ke reng ka dumelana le lone as regard to go neela motho madi e be re ka moso a ba dirise madi a go sena se e leng gore ka moso ngwana o sala re kana mme motsadi wa mo tsamaile mme madi a me a jelo ke guardian ya me. Yaanong ke batla go itse gore le simolotse leng le gone e thuse bana ba le kae go itha mo nakong ya gompieko. Ta ke se ka nna molele thata honorable chair, ke tata ke dira di-follow up. Thank you.
Honorable Fraser. Honorable Furniture.
Mr. Chair. Mine is going to be the short one. I'm going to ask a question regarding the fund. The fund has reported that it operates with a lean women capital structure. Then the question will be, how has this affected the service delivery? Two, does the fund have a business continuity and a disaster recovery plan? If yes, why were you not able to recover the data and continue with critical business processes? The third one, if there is no business continuity plan, what does this say about your oversight of IT systems? Then the last one will be, how will the committee ascertain the financial performance of the fund if there have been no audits since 2021? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Shidombo.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be on corporate governance. You mentioned that you have 13 months without correct board. Then the question is, when and how did you notify the ministry about the expiry of the board terms for each members? Please specify the dates. The second question is, please clarify the process of tracking board members' expiry of term to ensure timely replacement.
Honorable Kwapa.
I'm not done. I'm not done, sir. Please confirm if all the notification complied with prudent process to allow timely replacement. What engagements have you made with appointing authority about the incomplete, incorrect board? State specific dates and process of each engagement. What can be improved to avoid the scenario of incorrect board? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kwapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first question is in its report dated 2024 July, BAWA indicated that MVA has unsatisfactory in its governance rating. One of the findings was that the board does not have a succession plan to replace retiring board members. Has this plan been developed? Take us through what entails and how it will resolve current problems of non-correct boards. Was this plan shared and approved by critical stakeholders, such as PIPA, Ministry, and the Cabinet? You've not shared a shareholder compact between you and the parent ministry. Why is this so? And in the absence of such an instrument, how are you assessed by the ministry? Potso modulasetilo ha ntetla ke gore ke utlwa ba bua jana gore kana ba duela madi a kana ka 7,500 pula in case of death. Potso hela ke gore le na le baka le kana dingwaga di le ka ntse le duela madi one ao. Gape mo gongwe ke utlwa le bua gone gore kana most of the accidents go le ga di khosiwa ke borre ba dingwaga tse di magareng ga 21 le 40. What strategy does the MV Fund have to intervene earlier in the medical pipeline to prevent preventable permanent disabilities? Has the fund conducted an impact assessment on whether this cap forces injured breadwinners into severe financial strain or poverty? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair. Re Tlhagwane. The Auditor General reports that MVA has persistently not complied with the request to provide audited financial statements. What timelines can you provide to rectify this non-compliance? Will this require additional accounting resources, or the existing resources are sufficient? How else can financial stewardship be confirmed in the absence of financial statements? How does your internal auditor communicate with the Director of Internal Audit in the parent ministry? Do any of the findings reach the Government Audit Committee? Do any of the findings reach the Government Audit Committee? Did Kutsanela, Honorable Chair?
Honorable. Kena ko ya lona ya no gore di simolo go di araba.
Thank you very much. My colleagues would then fill in the gaps. Thank you so much. That's hello. Sa Honorable Hikwama. Regarding non-compliance, it's 2021. Before then, we had complied on an annual basis and submitted the audited financial statement to the Ministry for tabling before the National Assembly, the Vediago Auditor General, the Vediago Accountant General, in accordance with the fund. Those are the areas that submit the audited financial statements. Now, our catch-up plan will mainly be determined by the appointment of the board. As I've indicated, prior to the board exam, never serve approval audit plan year 2022, And in absence of the board, we completed the financial audit for the financial statement, so December 31st, 2022. But we are stuck because they have to be presented and approved by the board. The board further has to approve the audit plan for the subsequent financial years. So once we run a board, we will swiftly put the wheels in motions. In the past, the maximum time that it took us in nearly between 3 and 4 years to close up the audit. The only challenge in 2021 following the cyber security attack, because we had to do a lot of quality assurance. The auditors, they had to do a lot of quality assurance on the financial statement. But besides the fact that it was a prolonged audit, we received a clean, or what we called modified audit report. Therefore, going forward, once the board is appointed, we will swiftly put the motion. And the idea last year was to run 2 audits back by back, because they are very, very simple audits. The key account matters haven't changed. We know what the key account matters are for MVA fund. We may require additional resources because we are going to have to compress the audit to a shorter time period. So once the board has given us the go-ahead, we will sit internally and see whether we could have additional resources geared to ensuring that we complete the audit. Communication, I think the senior manager internal audit will touch on your communication. The findings, as I've indicated, or now we submit them to Auditor General, to the financial accountant, and then the ministry. So outside that framework, how any other entity that we submit the financials to. Regarding your board succession plan, we haven't moved. We haven't moved because the accounting authority, the appointing authority, the board, no, the ministry. So Rona, 6 months before, the tenants are board members. We ran to the ministry informing them or so many of the board members' tenure are coming to an end. And once we have informed them, is to regularly check on a periodic basis. We can provide information about when did we write to the ministry. And even last week, we were told that the names have been approved. They are waiting minister to sign and give the potential board members the letters. Regarding shareholder compact, it's a problem because that is the basis of the ministry determine whether we are executing our fiduciary responsibility. But now we have done what we could reasonably do, and we continue to knock on the doors of the ministries. But recently, when the change of personnel, hopefully, the new acting director of insurance and pensions will try to fast track some of these legacy issues that have been with the ministry for some time. Issue 7.5, it's been there for almost 20 years. At one stage, we wanted to increase the funeral benefits, but the ministry said, okay, you can go ahead and increase the funeral benefits. However, don't turn back to us and request for a levy adjustment. So we do appreciate that it's meager. But unfortunately, if there's no guarantee that if we increase the benefits, the levy is going to be increased, then we may find ourselves having to turn back to government for subvention funding. And it's not even guaranteed that the moment you put up a request, the ministry will consider that. Strategy to address the youth, as I've indicated, we've got community role safety schemes tse dingwe dikolong, school road safety schemes, re be re na le youth road safety schemes. Tse le we are now targeting the youthful population ya 21 to 45. By long or around 68% of the fatalities, they make those fatalities. But let's hope that Bauer, because for many years, Bauer had indicated that they are developing the BOTSWANA code. It will improve the corporate governance landscape. Once they have approved issues of succession plan, they become easy. But if the appointing authorities, the minister, Totarona is a fund, we can't do anything about it. It's just to pray that the ministry does what is necessary.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will take the Honorable Aaron. Yeah, now the audit certificates, so the fuel companies. The Act mandates that each and every fuel importer, with these certificates paid every 6 months, to submit an audit certificate to confirm the volumes sent to the BOTSWANA fund if they are accurate. I say compliance is very high. We have a few that do not comply, and the Act mandates us to appoint auditors on their behalf, and they pay for the expenses that we incur to carry out those audits. So we currently have 2 that are ongoing that were not complying, and we managed to appoint auditors for them to verify the volumes that they have been submitting to the fund. Fraudulent activities. Yes, MVA fund as a financial institution, there are a lot of fraudulent activities that happens. This can be individuals or service providers over-servicing claimants so that you can be able to invoice MVA fund to pay. So those are activities that we deal with on a daily basis. We do have a case management section that deals with monitoring each and every case when it's at hospital. They visit hospitals, they check treatment plans to make sure that whatever doctors are doing on patients is something that the patient needs and is something that will help to rehabilitate the patient. So we do have case management officers in all the major hospitals who look after those patients when they are still hospitalized to make sure that they are provided a service that is supposed to be provided, and the invoicing that comes through is what have to be invoiced. And internally, we also have what we call a bill audit section that also look at those invoices as they come. They check each and every line item in an invoice before those invoices goes to finance for payment. So we audit the bills, make sure that they are billed in accordance with the tariffs that have been agreed with the hospitals. So that is one of the mitigating factors that we use to try to mitigate or reduce fraudulent activities. Honorable Franzel also asked regarding financial statements, the reason for non-compliance. As CEO has mentioned, the main reason was the cyber attack that we experienced in 2021. Before then, we have been up to date with our financials and annual report submitted on time at the minister, but that has been the main issue that led to this non-compliance. We have plans in place. As soon as the board is appointed, our plan, as you mentioned, is to make sure that each and every financial year we do at least 2 audits so that we catch up. If that can happen, we are sure that by the end of 2028 we will be up to date with our audits.
No, regarding the human capital structure of 124 personnel, it does not affect service delivery because we are more leveraging on technology. We are further improving to ensure people can submit their claims online. We also have a customer service department which periodically undertakes surveys to see whether there could be challenges with service delivery. We also undertake a branch survey to also check whether our key stakeholders are also concerned about service delivery. However, service delivery is something that you cannot always operate at 100% because there are some dependencies. And I'll pick some of the challenges that we have, particularly on claimants' benefits. Some people, once their next of kin are involved in a road traffic accident, they submit claims for loss of, for funeral. We then assist them to lodge claims for loss of support. However, since MVA Fund is a secondary insurer, we have to ensure that the workers' compensation and other benefits, employer-related benefits, are settled before we can either top up. If the amount that has to be paid to a claimant, we find that the third party has already paid in excess of the benefits, we then repudiate the claim. However, some of the employer groups, they take longer. Over the last 2 months, I have been reaching out to various chief executives. We've had a series of meetings just to sensitize them that the failure to provide information timelessly to us makes it impossible for us to meet our contracted service delivery with the claimants. However, we'll continue to ensure that service delivery is not compromised. But rolling out our IT infrastructure has to a greater extent improved service delivery. Most of our major hospitals are submitting their claims online, and that eliminates a lot of manual interventions. We were in the process of undertaking an organizational structure. However, our colleagues at Bupeo are still engaged in negotiations, but as I have indicated, we have never as a fund undertake rigorous cost containment to the extent that we lay off employees. The other issue nearly on medical costs. As I've indicated, for a limited claimant, the medical benefit will be 1 million. But supposing the person who only injuries, particularly the head injuries and spinal cord injuries, those are the few by long haul, they deplete the 1 million. The fallback position is to refer such claimants to government. Even the ones by long haul banale limitation 300,000. If they utilize the 300,000 within 6 months, we can't assist them because if we continue giving them more benefits than the statutory limit, we will be running contrary to the MVA Fund and MVA Fund regulations. Issue land issues, we are doing very well. We have been this thing for more than 10 years now, but we have been accelerating pace in terms of our needs. Issues of rehabilitation. If a claimant is injured, can rehabilitate. Customized accommodation. The benefits are if, for instance, the person can no longer work because of the injury sustained in a road traffic accident, so that he can or she can independently engage in days living activities. However, loss of support that is now payable to child dependence, yona it's a separate benefit. We pay it to the caregiver on an annual basis. From there, our officers, on a periodic basis, they visit the claimants, firstly to ascertain whether the child is benefiting from that amount. If we find that there has been some misappropriation, we have even taken some of the caregivers to court to demand the money that they have misappropriated. And we also engage the families to select an appropriate caregiver. We also engage the social workers together with the school management to see whether on a day-to-day basis when they come to school, they are not unkempt, they are well taken care of. So the benefit is that the hybrid. Of course, there was one incident in Francistown, I wouldn't mention the person, where Madiabana were misappropriated. He took the money, and then completely left those children under the care of their grandmother, who was staying in a cattle post. But the cases of misappropriation on an annual basis were recorded less than 30, which basically means that a lot of people are responsible parents or caregivers. And we are very happy because we don't see those many cases. The issue here, business continuity, cyber security, data recovery. Negir, with your permission, Chair, we can submit a detailed written proposal if you may allow us. Because some of these things, we wouldn't want to say them in the public domain because of the sensitivity of the issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, no, no, the foreigner. If a person is foreign registered, abandoned accident, and there's confirmation that they have paid the required levy at the entry point, we assist them. The other issue you check out the person who isn't a legal immigrant. We have a lot of challenges inside the accidents among illegal immigrants. And illegal immigrants are not supposed to derive any assistance. The challenge now how a mass road accident and then people are lying all over the place. From a health perspective, you cannot discriminate. You pick everybody and then you take them to the nearest hospital. But once we find that this person is an illegal immigrant, we seize our assistance. And we have a lot from our neighboring countries in the north where we have a lot of illegal immigrants. So illegal immigrants, we are relying on the Immigration Act to determine who is an illegal immigrant. We then approach the embassy at Zimbabwe for possibility of assisting the illegal immigrant. They said no. We have told those people that they must respect the laws of the country. They can't skip into Botswana illegally and expect to derive benefit. But at times you are confronted by the issue of once they are picked from the road traffic accident, they are taken to the appropriate hospital. It's Princess Marine. It's not Princess Marine. Because we already have a service level agreement of universal access. A private hospital would have assisted them. Then we'll then cut off from our compensation system. But if the person who's coming in a foreign registered vehicle, we assist them medical only when they're in Botswana. Should they cross back to South Africa, they can't come back and claim another medical. Both loss of support, both loss of income, those are benefits that are not prescribed in the Act for visitors, coronary visitors. The visitors, we can only assist them while they are in Botswana with medical assistance. But the both loss of support, the both loss of income we don't, because the assumption is that when you come from your country, only the insurance they're going to back you up if you go outside your jurisdiction. Thank you.
I follow up. Thank you, Chair. Regarding whether this was the question from Honorable Hikama, you were asking if our internal audit department communicates with the Director of Internal Audit at Auditor General. Honorable Member, as you asked that question, I quickly reflected on it and noted that this is perhaps one thing that we as an industry need to develop. Currently, we are guided by our internal audit charter, which doesn't make provision for that, but it's a good takeaway for us as the fund, and we will engage with the Director of Auditor General, and perhaps add him to the group of CAEs in the industry. We do have a group there. Not too sure how we miss you out. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay. I think maybe just for clarity, the Director of Internal Audit is at the Ministry of Finance.
Ministry of Finance?
Yes,
Okay.
it's not the Auditor General. The Auditor General is the external auditor of government. So internal control issues are addressed by the Director of Internal Audit at the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, noted.
So you should be communicating with the internal auditors under the SOEs in the ministry, ideally, so that they can also assist you. Thank you.
Aloha, Chair. Mine is just a follow-up. Looking at the period with regard to the question without audited financial statements, which is over 4 years, are you saying the nation should just wait without any indication of financial compliance and accountability? And will you agree that this is unfair to the public? Financial statement. Secondly, the 7.54 ole thusanka ene. You indicated it is, I mean, it's in a period of 20 years to date. 7.5. But when you look at the cost of funeral in the past 20 years, I think we should have maybe played around the cards to see where 7.5. I still believe 7.5 is way too less to cover the funeral costs. But the 7.5 can't do anything. I mean, looking at the period, it's high time from the ministry. But with the budget that we have got, let's say to maybe increase that amount to 10,000. And I think 7.5 is way too less. I mean, the casket nowadays, the cheapest one would be going for this amount. Was about transportation, to cover the funeral cost. The last one, in the budget, that we exceed make medication water we exceed the budget. Let's say one go private, and then you take that person to the government facility. I mean, will you say it's fair to the patient? gongwe le ntse le mo covera sentena why le sa mo simolela go home go government facility hela gore a daheleletse if at all le ka skelete le mothuse go ngwe go gore le tele bone gore o toka o wetse o hodile ka se mo sisi amano ke ne ke re gongwe re lebelle gore ha o montsha go private o mo isa go government gore no nyatsa government in other way o prefer private go tswa gape go private ngware ke mmusetsa go government. I mean, let's look into it go bona gore ka e cover ka tselentsi ya gore re itirele lena le siameng. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Honorable Kwapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the little time that you've given me, ke tsa gore ke tla khona re ke taboge mo dipotsong ya tsentse ke di jota down ha sontse ba kwala. Potso ya me la trisa go etsa batlotlhe ne ba di botsela ke gore has the Auditor General raised systemic concerns regarding your financial reporting, and go ha ile re di raisitse le dira eng ka tsone. So without published financials, how can Botswana be assured that the fund's investment portfolios are yielding sufficient returns to match its long-term liabilities? A search of open sources states that there was a paper authored by one gentleman, Modise, in 2025, who was speaking to your return to work programs highlighted ineffective case management as a primary institutional barrier preventing injured claimants from successfully re-entering the workforce. So do you have any comment on that? The other one, Mr. Chairman, is what specific structural deficiencies within your internal case management what is causing the delays, and how is the fund addressing the lack of coordination between internal case managers, external health care workers, and the employers? Is there any active legislative review underway to adjust this to match modern economic realities? Looking at the medical bills, horizontality dia gola gona le tseleng goreng dia diama. Khanya 7.5 ke tsa gore hey, it's a long way overdue gore ka bele sa le gore e re le yone ha le revisita di kering di charge tse dingwe le yone le level, because ke dumela gore government le ene hela ke ra gore ha ke dumele gona le case ya re ka 7.5 kan ke ipotsa rene 7.5 la bile ra gore batho ba reke dijo hela ba itlhoga kana le ra gore bona ba hitla kaeng ga ke itse ke kopa le tlhalose thata ka re ke le tshwenya go thata mo gona potso ya mengwe e bena gore considering that the MVA fund has a statutory mandate to invest in accident prevention, why are your road safety campaigns failing to reverse this trajectory ya dikotsi? Ya bohelo modulasetulo ke gore what active advocacy, corporate incentives, or legal frameworks is the MVA fund deploying to compel employers to accommodate phased returns or modified duties for claimants? Thank you, Modulasetulo.
Honorable, follow up.
Chair, follow up gongwe ga ke a utlwa ka re ke a rabilwe because ke boditse dipotso o ka ra gona o attemptileng go di araba ke tsore mabaka ene ka tswele because ke boditse ka gore you mentioned that your board doesn't correct. You have okay, all right, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chair and members. I think let me try to respond to the questions posed by Honorable Sedombo. The question was the policy of the fund to notify the ministry with regards to appointment of board members. Yes, with regards to that, Honorable Member, the policy is that 6 months before the expiry date of this tenure of board members, we write to the ministry to notify them. And before that, on a quarterly basis, this is something that we will discuss with the board chairperson to notify the chairperson that this certain number of board members' tenure will be expiring soon. So we'll write to the ministry, and on a monthly basis, we'll follow up with our desk officer at the ministry through emails to say, these terms are coming to an end. Please plead with the minister to our board members. But in the past, we would just do that, but nothing will be coming up. But we will keep on pleading with the minister to our board members. With regard to how we engage, as I've said, we do that through the desk officer. We'll write to the PS through the desk officer to appoint board members. And as to what can be done in future to avoid this scenario, it's quite a difficult one because the minister is the appointing authority. So what we do is just to plead, write letters, do follow-ups. Mr. Kwapa said, it looks like we don't have a succession plan for that because we do not appoint. We can have it, share with the ministry. That's our wish list only, but there's nothing beyond our control. So only what we can do is to just plead with the ministry to appoint. But I think something that we'll see how we can improve on it. Maybe for some years to come up with a succession plan, do a business case or as to why lack of board will have an impact on the fund. We'll see how we can go about it. Thank you. Okay, maybe I can just continue with regarding any legislative review, looking at the current economic climate. We continuously review our act, looking at the benefits that we currently offer. We do stakeholder engagements, our claimants, members of the public, they have raised the same issue that 7.5 is too meager, it's too little. We can't even cover a funeral. If just a standard funeral, we 7,500. But the thing is that we also look at the sustainability of the fund. Can we increase this amount and still run the fund into the near future? There's something that we look into, but periodically we have even all the limits that are as per the Act are too low, even the 1 million. If you put someone in a private hospital, before then 1 month comes to an end, that 1 million is gone. So these are the issues that we look from time to time, and then I think in future we can place this before Parliament in terms of legislative review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The member made a comment on return to work. We do have a policy on return to work, how we assist claimants to be able to go back to work. We even go to the extent of visiting their workplace, even modifying their workstations to make sure that they are comfortable, they are able to work in the situation that they are in. So that is one area that our case management department is fully handling and are able to assist claimants who need to return to work. We do engage employers on a case-by-case basis, depending on what is needed, and we assume we are very successful in that space in terms of returning employees to work. Structural deficiencies within the case management. Our case management, as I mentioned earlier, have different sections. We do have medical staff members within the case management. We do have social workers within the case management. Social workers are the ones who deal with welfare issues for our claimants, while medical staff are mainly interacting with hospitals to make sure that our claimants are serviced correctly. So we do have a shortage, yes, because of limited resources. The ratio that we currently have of a case manager against claimants is still high, and it's something that we are working on through the structural reviews that CEO mentioned earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, the issue of whether the public will have confidence in NVA Fund. without the audited financial statement. They will not. You can only have confidence when you can access pertinent financial information about the organization. So where we are, I acknowledge that because we are lagging behind in terms of audit of our financial statements, the public will not have confidence that we are doing what is necessary. But I can assure you, despite the fact that we do not have audited financials, that we are doing the best in terms of delivering our fiduciary responsibility. As I've indicated, our key accounts matters do not vary from year to year because the nature of our business does not change. We will put the wheels in motion once the body's appointment so that we can fast track the audit backlog. That will now enable the public to have access of audited financial information. And as I've said, we've never had a modified audit opinion. That means that we have been achieving clean audit results, even in the period where we had massive challenges of having to take about 18 months for the audit to be undertaken. We allow the auditors to do the best that they could, to do multiple quality assurance so that in future years, we are not confronted by that challenge. The confidence, we will make sure that it's there in the public domain. The other issue are long-term liabilities. We are intending to undertake an actuarial evaluation. Our long-term asset, long-term liabilities, they are in sync. As we settle claims, we project our total payments in future years. And because of medical inflation, you might find that the 100,000 that was put aside for rehabilitation of an individual, when the person now gets to a hospital, the amount is high. So we need to have buffers to ensure that those people that we have contracted with, when they visit the hospitals, they will be assisted. Now, the other issue is transfer of patient to government benefits. Our act as it is, it allows a patient to decide where to seek service. But when they have transferred themselves from government facilities to private facilities, unfortunately, our benefits are statutory. Once we hit 300,000 or we hit 1 million, I will be operating outside the regulatory framework to give somebody the benefits that are in excess of the benefits that are codified in the MVA Fund Act. Issues for funeral costs, yes, we do acknowledge that the funeral costs, the amount is meager looking at what you can buy with it. The increase in the fuel prices does not have any impact in the fuel levy, MVA fund, because Yarona is 9.5 tab per litre. It's not a percentage. If it was a percentage, increase in fuel prices would result in increase in the levy. The other challenge is long-term sustainability. Currently, our primary source of funding is fuel levy, foreign registered vehicle levy. How do you cover both our operational costs and our claims compensation costs? We are now being forced to liquidate some of our investments, which in the medium to short term could result in the fund having to go to government, capping and requesting for levy adjustment. So we have to undertake a stringent cost containment without compromising service delivery to the claimants. So once we do the actuarial valuation, then we will determine the appropriate funding. We will then go to the minister and recover so much. But as things are, we are now having to liquidate some of our investment to meet our operational needs. Issue of case management again, if there are any areas we are not performing optimally because of the ratios, we outsource. We have outsourced some of those cases, and the benefits were commendable. Again, in terms of designing the treatment plan for each claimant is designed in consultation with the treating doctor. The treating doctors will say, no, this is the treatment plan that we are proposing. We will then cost it. And then when we give the claimants an offer, at least with a 95% confidence that the treatment plan will be able to rehabilitate the claimants. Of course, the other challenges in now, some claimants, they present to us with comorbidities, banal other health challenges. Now we design a treatment plan, but because of the other health challenges had it trigger in, they worsen the recovery period. And those are some of the issues that the case management deals with together with the family of the claimants and the treating doctor. However, we need to have collaboration between the family, the claimants, and the treating doctor, and that is what we are doing at the moment. Issue of road safety, we continue to invest in road safety, targeting the youth, primarily the road safety clubs and community clubs. Our community clubs, on an annual basis, we spend around 1.7 million. The challenge that is before us here, much as we invest in road safety, the payback period is long term. You don't invest 1 million today, tomorrow we get 1 million in terms. Particularly that we are dealing with behavioral factors. I've said that 95% of the road traffic accidents are attributable to behavioral factors. But hard survey, people score above 85% or they are quite knowledgeable about road safety. Unfortunately, behavior cuts across all spheres of life, not only on the road safety side. But we will continue to capacitate the youth and the messaging is quite important because for me, I cannot come up with a very good message for the youth. So our youthful population, we ask them to design messages that their colleagues can understand. Now I'll write a paragraph. The person won't be able to read it. But because we have younger employees and we also outsource certain functions, as a result, thank you.
Patale, ladies. No, no, wait, no. Have it's a I one or two.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make some few comments. Thank you, Mr. Tahwane, for your presentation, for your submission. Let me just indicate that the Auditor General, I think it's a concern that the Senior Manager Internal Audit, I think he He's confusing the Auditor General and the Director of Internal Audit with the Minister of Finance. That is a serious concern, because it shows that confusing the two, it shows that he's not really on the ground on what probably he's supposed to be doing, because the Director of Internal Audit is at the ministry, your parent ministry, of course, because MVA falls under the Minister of Finance. So that lack of understanding, I think it's a concern, because he's providing an oversight for the entity. If he's not conversant with where the Auditor General is and where the Director is, I think that should be a really serious concern. The other issue that I want to talk to, the COF made it clear that they had a cyber attack in 2021. But he did not quite elaborate on their disaster recovery plan, as well as the business continuity plan, because I expected that the disaster recovery plan would allow them to recover whatever was affected by the cyber attack. And the business continuity plan would also allow them to continue post-2021 to be able to recover both the DR and the BCP. They should allow them to recover and be able to continue. But it looks like they are saying, because of that cyber attack, it's really created a problem. If you look at his presentation, the board collapsed on the 1st of April 2025. So the period between 2021 up to 2025, I think they could have progressed quite a number of audits, like 2022, 2023, or even 2024, to make sure that they produce those audited financials and ensure that they comply, because issue of non-compliance, I think we should take it very, very serious that we comply with the statutory requirements. We cannot come here and tell the honorable members that we had a cyber attack, but without failing to really tell the honorable members that the time between the board was there. Only last year, April, that's when the board collapsed. But in between there. But now you are even telling us that you are going to make sure that if the board is appointed, you will fast track that. But if you look at the gap within which the board was there, and you do not produce the reports and the timeline that you are giving us, it does not really come together. So I think you should tell the honorable members something that is quite convincing. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, me too. Go na le tse dingwe tsa le tshepisa gore re tla re di neela. Re kopa gore a le ka di neela in 14 days or less.
Chair, we will endeavor to do that even within 14 days.
Within 14 days?
Yes, sir.
Chair. Yeah, ke tsa kere Auditor General o na itshwere sente. I mean, ke tsa kere gongwe a go le le ke go ithalosa as to why go no sa di report in this period. Kana ke yone potso ke neng ke le ka gore gongwe ke utlwe sente. But the other thing, medication, how exceed the budget? Ke ne ke dile follow up on it gore la re le motho a go private thing ha setsano le bona gore no, the cost has gone up or it's now exceeding the budget that you have got le muisa go government facility gore le lebella ka tselentseng jang a le bona go siame gore re tsamaise jalo. Then the other thing, mapodisi ha ba charger ha gona le accident ba charger motho ngwa ile gore ke drunken driving ba mo charge ke ha se ga ya gongwe ha motho a dirile kotsi through maybe go thula kana ke kgomo kana keng ba charge morui le ene gore gongwe mongwe wa pholo wa leruo leo o tshwanwa ke gore gongwe a nkere di-cost tse e leng gore gongwe di a bo di nnile teng gone go. So ke batla go itse gore lona as long as accident e go diragetse lona sa lona la covera ga le lebelele all these things gore gongwe kana kotsi bakilwe ke eng kana jang. Ke batla go itse gore you just cover as long as the accident ya lona le covera hela. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. With regards to negligent drivers, the Act says that we assess and to see, in order to find out the liability of the fund. If it is adjudged that someone was negligent or caused the accident, the Act says that we will assist that person up to the maximum of 300,000, not 1 million, like someone will already have. And again, Section 32 of our Act says that if it is also adjudged that because no it's or drunken driving, there's what we call right of recovery. We'll assist everyone that we injured in that accident and then come back to you to sue you for all the amounts that we have paid out to those people that we have injured. So this also is a punitive thing. It's a road safety measure to ensure that people use the road in a cautious and responsible manner. So we don't just pay, we find out if you are negligent, and those are the consequences of being negligent on a road accident. Thank you.
Yeah, Nekure, I hear the views. It's Auditor General. Megere, another the financial statement that we have submitted. On page 3, this power, the Board of Directors, but decided on the 6th of December 2024. Aye. And then we roll over to audit year 2022, early 2025. A very hits. And then on the 1st of April 2025, Reverend Na Lehore, 6 of our board members, they leave. I've indicated that this audit took about 18 months because the external auditors wanted to undertake multiple quality assurance, and we allow them to do that so that we do not create problems for future audits. So, body was a mail 31 April 2025. Recessary auditing at 2022. We've completed that audit, is included in the pack, but the board, because it's not there, they cannot approve it. We want to do 2 audits back to back, 2 audits back to back, so that the users of the audited financial statement can have confidence in the financial stewardship management. Thank you very much.
Honorable Furniture, I go lebogele MVA.
Ke a leboga Mr. Chair. Nte ke le leboge gore le boletse re nako e le tsile kwano. Go simolola gompieno mo ngwageng tse 3 tse di setseng. Go ra gore taba re tshwaraganetse tiro e mmogo go ya ko pele. Ke letso ke gone gore re tere ne le tirisanyo mmogo e go godimo hela thata. Se sengwe ke gore di thulaganyo tse di tshwana le tsone tse di tisa thuto mo setšhabeng gore ba itse gore makalana a puso a tshwanang le lona le a mangwe a dira eng a ga kae dikgwetho ke eng le gone gore go ka bankangwa eng go a ko pele. Yaanong ke sone se ile gore gongwe re le komiti yone re tabo re ntse re le thomile leitho hela thata gore le dira ditiro ka tsela e ntseng jang re gakololana ka tsela e ntseng jalo ke re le ka moso ke a leboga modula Steve.
Thank you. Gora gore ra go boa ka 11 go tsena BTO. Ra leboga. Ke la amogeleng BTO. La ke itumetse thata sena le se re leke. Ha ke so ba lona ona lo utile mothoko. A bona masna le a utile mothoko le lona. Ya me batsadi ka amogeleng BTO ke bidiwa Arafat Kitsokan ke mo parlamente wa Molepolle Bokoni ke chairman ya committee ke tile go banela sebaka sa gore anong ba le ipolelele ha ba hetsa bothela be go tsena lona le thalosa gore le bomang le tswa kae e be re tsena mo oath. Thank you.
Ya leboga modula stilo maina a me ke bidiwa go twe tlhabologo furniture ke leloko la komiti yone mme ke parlamenta ko Tatio Botlhaba. Ya leboga.
Thank you, Chair. Ke bidiwa Gaele Sombo. Ke mo parlamento wa Tonota ke leloko la komiti yone.
Good morning. My name's Umpemitsi Kwapa, a member of Parliament for Joani Mabutsane, and I'm also a member of this committee. Thank you.
Hello, Honorable Chair. My name is Jeremiah Jerry Frenzel, Member of Parliament, wa constituency ya Shashe West, it's in Yamitzabu Matangwane, Shashe Moke Borulun, Lo Chadip. Thank you.
Dumelang Bakarona. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ki bidiwa Caterpillar kaina ngura hikwama. Ki mo parlamente wa Mau West and a member of this committee. Ya leboga.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Phil Aaron, Member of Parliament for Ngami, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Papani Wotali. I'm the Acting Auditor General representing the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Koketso Musimanyani. I'm standing in for the Accountant General. I'm with my colleague, Katata Molefe. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rapelandi Zinkau from Attorney General.
Good morning. My name is Khama Mulbele. Kinaki Advice and Committee, Ka Tsamadi, Kakwano. Thank you.
Okay, ke a leboga modula stilo dumelang ke bidiwa tiro ya one monthusi more wa kwena ke mokwaledi wa committee. Ke a leboga.
Morning, my name is Patty Momimpe from the Office of the Parliamentary Council.
Reheletse. Hora re kena kwa lona.
Thank you so much.
You don't how to start?
Yes,
Okay. What's your mic?
Okay, I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Batlotleri. I'm Justice Offenser. I'm the acting CEO for BOTSWANA Tourism Organization. And I'm with some members of management here from BTU. I think at this point I'll give them a chance to introduce themselves. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Khaurel Ketamile. Okay. My name is Khaurel Ketamile. I am the finance manager at BOTSWANA Tourism Organization. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Neo Sekube. I am acting board secretary and legal counsel.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, board members. I am the Estates Executive at BOTSWANA Tourism Organization under Investment and Product Development. Thank you.
Could you repeat the names? Remember, didn't get the names.
Tebogo Lester Sibuso. Yes, sir.
Over hello. Anora gore ke a go tswelisa ka go tseisa oath. You have been summoned to give evidence before this Parliament Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprises. The evidence you will give before this committee will be on oath or affirmation and must be truthful in terms of the oath or affirmation you shall take before the giving of your evidence. You have the option to swear to oath on the Bible or Quran by putting your left hand on the Bible and or Quran and with your right hand raised, or you may opt to make an affirmation if you object to the first oath and kindly indicate the option you are selecting. Okay. So you may stand up. Now. I, full names,
Justice Offense,
do hereby swear that
the
evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Iskana kata sekasepe Bible.
Ra?
Eus unsilusil kate. I
Gaurere Ketamile,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, ma. I,
Neo Sekube,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You still say that? Obo chuba. Oba. Let's go. I,
Tebogo Lester Sibuso.
I,
Tebogo Lester Sibuso,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Ra raro I got go ntse go tsweletse ba go thoka lwana tlo go e tseisa. On behalf of the Statutory Bodies Committee, I welcome BTO to this committee. Your attendance is appreciated. Please note that this examination is part of our Parliament's oversight responsibility. And as a result, we welcome your cooperation and thoughtful responses to the members of this committee. I'm now going to invite the accounting officer to present his executive summary. Please limit your presentation to key issues and highlights on the mandate of BTO, financial performance, governance, auditors' reports, BAWA, PPRA, and any other regulators' report. You only have 15 minutes to do your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mototleri. Let me hereby tender representations from the Botswana Tourism Organization. Botswana Tourism Organization is a statutory body established under the Botswana Tourism Act, which was operational since 2006 and reconstituted in 2009, and hereby adopting the fullness of the name Botswana Tourism Organization. Botswana Tourism Organization serves as the principal agency for tourism development, tourism promotion, and grading tourism establishment of various types. Now, our core functions is destination marketing and branding the country. It is also to see to it that, related investment towards tourism and facilitation of product development, is done optimally. And then the quality assurance aspect, which means grading of hotels, also includes ecotourism, or ensuring that tourism establishments, conform to global sustainability requirements. We also do a lot in promotion of citizen and community participation, as espoused, in the way we are, upholding and developing different types of CBOs across the country in terms of tourism entrepreneurship. The organization maintains a national footprint of about 10 offices and about 4 joint venture subsidiaries, in which, specifically for the joint venture subsidiaries, in which we own about 51% majority ownership. Let me snippet you through our governance framework. The BTO is governed by a 9-member board supported by 5 committees, which is basically the Finance and Audit Committee, the Marketing Committee, the Investment Committee, the Quality Assurance Committee, and the Human Capital and Governance Committee. Now, our subsidiaries, are constituted by 7-member boards, essentially 4 BTO executives and 3 community representatives in each of the 4 subsidiaries that we have. And then our governance mechanisms include internal audit and risk management systems, which are there to ensure that the organization runs optimally in terms of governance. Financial and procurement oversight structures are also in place to ensure that there is that parity in terms of transparency, in terms of financial and procurement oversight exercises. And then this also constitutes policy and regulatory compliance frameworks, and the assurance thereof. However, governance effectiveness has been impacted at the BTO by periods without a correct board, essentially between 2023 and 2024, where for large periods, the organization was forced to operate in the absence of a correct board. Over and above that, the organization has changed about 4 CEOs in the past 5 years, which clearly shows that in terms of governance, that is not to be desired. I would like also to mention the fact that the effectiveness of governance has also been affected by low audit closure rates, over the years, which, in a nutshell, on average, the audit closure rate has been 23%, which is very much lower than the envisaged or the desired 100% that one would normally perspectivize about. And then also, in view of governance, the impacts bordering around 0% implementation of audit plans during this review period, during this 5-year review period, has affected the organization. I think I'll have it as much as that in terms of governance. And then strategic alignment, the BTO corporate strategy is fully aligned with Botswana Economic Transformation Program. It is also aligned with the National Development Plan in its 12th offering. And it is also aligned with the Tourism Strategy and Master Plan, National Tourism Strategy and Master Plan. It is also aligned with Vision 2036, and specifically for purposes of NDP 12 offerings, it is also aligned with the tourism sector strategy, which plays a very critical role in the offerings within NDP 12 implementation for the next 5 years. Our strategic focus areas are tourism growth, basically upping the number of arrivals into the country and increasing the overall spend in the country, and also increasing the length of stay, and eventually with the aim of contributing to the total GDP of Botswana. Our strategic focus areas also involve diversification of the net tourism offering that Botswana can offer in order to attract and keep as many tourists as possible. And most of all, we strive to ensure that the type of tourism offerings that we bring espouse the specifics, clearly specified within a sustainable tourism as offered by Global Sustainable Tourism Council and the United Nations Tourism. Now, let me give you or snippet you through the performance overview of 2020-2025. Our key achievements are basically tourism demand recovery, especially after having been hit by COVID. International arrivals have on average increased significantly from 358,225 in the 2020-2021 financial year through to 829,111 through 2022 and 23, and up to 1.15 million in 2025, which shows a generalized growth of 15.7% versus a rate of 3.5%. And this is a key achievement because a pound-for-pound comparison between the level of growth that was achieved and the level of growth that was targeted clearly shows that we are in the positive in this particular case as a country. Now, tourism expenditure increased from 2.3 billion to a net 8.3 billion. And long-term potential remains under-realized, however, because for the long-term potential, the envisaged potential is that of 28.1 billion target. And a pound-for-pound comparison, obviously, against 23.4 billion clearly shows that, we are a few, 2.something billion below target. And a lot could be done in this regard. Economic and social impact. Employment increased in the tourism sector from 26,086 to 38,661 jobs, specifically over the past 5-year period. And citizen-owned enterprises have increased from 1,695 to 2,413, which is a 42% growth. In this particular case, we can clearly see that Botswana are slowly but surely making inroads, into tourism entrepreneurship, especially through the type of employment that they offer. Now, brand and market performance. BTO or Brand Botswana has shown media visibility, in that it has grown to 33,500 mentions, a growth that espouses about 173%. And this has increased our popularity ranking, in terms of global ranking, in terms of the Bloom Consulting, taking position 16th, in the African continent. Now, our key weaknesses to mention are that there has been limited economic impact generally in the industry. If you look at the 5.1% to a decrease of 4.9% experienced over the past 5 years show that, the requisite growth that we had envisaged has not happened, and that efforts need to be concerted. We need to strategize around boosting and getting increasing our contribution to the GDP as much as possible. And the average spend and value tourism remains low as well. And then we have underperformance in diversification. The net tourism product has not been diversified over the past 5 years for various reasons. And I need to mention specifically that, there's been representations within the current NDP 12 to the effect that, efforts are being made to diversify. However, in the past 5 years, diversification has been found wanting. In terms of product development, generally, the envisaged target per this performance matrix was 48%. And the fact that only 10% was achieved clearly shows that, for the past 5 years, for the duration of the past 5 years, we've been lagging behind. Investment mobilization. We only managed to mobilize 64 million. Versus a 250 million Pula target, which means that only 26% has been achieved. Which means efforts around diversification, are there, but we haven't gotten there yet as an industry. Citizen empowerment and implementation. In terms of citizen empowerment, the metrics targeted 50% of the baseline. However, only 25% was achieved, which means, again, in this metric, we have fallen short, and efforts need to be concerted and heightened to ensure that we pursue this target and achieve it within the next 5 years. There are also institutional weaknesses, and this include, as I've already mentioned, audit resolution or resolving audit queries. I've already mentioned that one, that, it's 23% versus a target of 100%. And then employee engagement. It is a general issue at BTO that our employees are not as engaged as we want. And employee engagement is an issue that borders around, several irregularities or employee unhappiness in terms of employee wellness and employee psychological focus. And here we have 23% against an espoused target of 70%. The vacancy rate remains very high at 7.4% versus a target of 4%, which means we have a lot of vacancies. And this essentially decreases efficiency in terms of performing, the various work programs that borrow from the BTO strategy. Training has almost been non-existent, especially for the past 3 years. And training delivery, therefore, is 0% versus planned implementation. And obviously, this is due to structural budget issues. I think you will bear with me that, when I talk of budget, it's an across the border issue. So we'll be mentioning it every now and then, and hopefully you'll be patient with that in that regard. Strategic areas performance. I now want to delve into investment and product development. We have the renowned Dams Tourism Initiative, which was basically started 10 years ago. In terms of Dams tourism, I need to specifically, and outrightly come out to say that this initiative could have borne a lot of benefits, for the country. But irregularities around land issues, irregularities around different government departments, slowing down the process, made it very difficult to implement for the past 10 years. However, we have made inroads since the coming of BTEP. It is one of the projects which were subjected to the problem-solving mechanism to the precious problem-solving mechanism of BTAP. And hence we have seen progress, and we'd like to believe that, this year and the coming years, there'll be progress in that people will be offered their various claims across the different dams that we have, in the country, and projects will start being implemented. I need to specify that in terms of allocation, that for Gaborone Dam, 8 out of 9 sites have been allocated and subleased to citizens. 4 citizen tenants were already found, and 1 citizen tenant has not signed yet. And this, in terms of Gaborone, is very good progress. Gaborone, in terms of dams tourism, is one of the areas that have progressed very well. In Shasha Dam, we have 18 sites, which were due per the tourism master plan, due to be allocated. And this at last started into 11 zones for viability and tendering. And only 3 out of the 11 zones have been allocated to citizens through open tender. And the rest remains to be allocated due to various irregularities, just as I've mentioned. And in terms of Litsiboro Dam, 0 allocations have been made. Tuna Dam as well, 0 allocations. And it has been a decision made that 1 site per dam should be allocated to respective communities who live around these dams, and they will be required to register community-based organizations to directly benefit from this project. And then constraints and interventions. The main bottleneck or delay was issuance of the head lists by WAC, or Water Utilities Corporation, for Shasha, Litsiboro, and Tino dams, preventing BTO from issuing subleases to investors. And as I've said, the matter has been resolved through BTAP. I'd like to delve into Kasaneka Zungula Redevelopment Project, or KKRP. Priority nodes in this project have been identified. The BTO has in its hands 4 prime plots, on average between 20 and 24 hectares. And these are prime plots on the banks of the Chobe River, earmarked for development of various facilities, including hotel establishment. Now, the implementation model is that of a special purpose vehicle, where the BTO forms a special purpose vehicle with a partner and retaining a percentage of 30%. However, I need to specify that this model is still being fine-tuned, but is the model that we will go ahead with in the future for the duration of NDP 12. Progress and challenges is that BTO engaging the met relevant stakeholders on establishment of the SPV and transfer or reservation of land to enable investor solicitation process to commence. The land issues, the SPV registration, are the progress that we have made. And however, the key challenge remains the fact that there is lack of funding in terms of the bulk infrastructure to facilitate this project. And we, however, believe that in consultation with the developers and the highly capable investors who may come into the fold, the issue could be resolved by way of collaborating in terms of financing this bulk infrastructure. I'd like to point out as well that we have in our hands issues of lease renewals and presidential directives related to those lease renewals. The progress made in terms of lease renewals is that the assessment of technical and financial proposals of the 11 concession lease renewals under Tawana Land Board have been partially completed and submitted to Tawana Land Board. And these 3 submissions still, and there are 3 submissions still under assessment by BTO, which are to be subjected to the Presidential Cap Directive number 14 of 2019, which specifies government involvement, in some of these leases. And I need to mention that this issue is an issue still under deep consideration in terms of modeling the special purpose vehicles that would carry this through, and in terms of modeling the general approach of how it's going to be implemented on which leases is going to be applied to. And to this end, the BTO is in the process of commencing the implementation of Presidential Directive 14A of 2019 and the Tourism Policy of 2021, aimed at increasing citizen participation in tourism concessions. I think citizen participation in tourism concessions is the buzzword nowadays. The idea is to get as many citizen-owned entrepreneurial companies involved so that Botswana can benefit from these concessions. The BTO has cancelled recent tenders for concessions, which will consequently be subjected to the Presidential Directive and conform to the tenets of the Presidential Directive. Now, the proposed model, as I've already mentioned, to be specific, introduces a minimum of 30% government participation or equity shareholding through a BTO, a special purpose vehicle for medium to large tourism development. And obviously, this would be a welcome development in boosting government revenues generally. And all new leases to be subjected to this shareholding model has been proposed. Now, leaseholders eligible for renewal will be offered an additional 15 years if they comply with this model. And if not, they will stay with the 15-year model that was practiced before. Leaseholders contributing towards revised land use management plans or LAMs may qualify for extended lease periods subject to identification of additional tourism sites. To sum it up, the key challenges and interventions to this effect are lease renewal terms, especially between CBOs and investors, citizen empowerment requirements, and implementation modalities for the SPV model. I need to point out that modalities around the implementation of the SPV model are still being worked on in the background, and we hope that this will be finalized very soon. And then challenges and interventions to the effect that BETP for guidance on government participation models has been engaged. And a lot of good work is being done with the tourism lab taking place every Wednesday of every week. You know, it started taking place, I think, 4 weeks ago, and it's highly in progress, and a lot of inroads on this project and models, and SPV models, you know, have been achieved. In terms of grading of hotels, I need to specify that the BTO can only grade hotels that have been licensed by Department of Tourism. And to that effect, Department of Tourism has licensed for the past 5 years up until the present day about 3,453 hotel and related establishments. And of this, the BTO has graded around 968. And it is clear from this end that we are still lagging behind. And this is as a result of a lack of resources, mainly a lack of resources. And for the past 2 years, a structural budget issue. And I'd like to believe that we are working, you know, at the moment with partners. We are engaging stakeholders to see, you know, on the various models that we could use to fund the BTO processes, especially core businesses such as grading and product development. I need to mention that the BTO also has in its fold about 96 hotel and related establishments 96 hotels and related establishments eco-certified. I've already explained that eco-certification is the core of what we do, and it's environmental compliance at its best, environmental and sustainability compliance at its best. I also need to mention that in terms of marketing and promotions, a lot has been done. In that the BTO continues to participate in key travel fairs. And it is in this travel fairs where our hotel establishment or operators make a lot of revenue gains. However, for the past few years, we have had difficulties in participating in those fairs that we have traditionally participated in. I think the recent issues around participation in DABA can be exemplified. Last year, we had a BTTE cancelled. And not only that, in the arena of events that boost local tourism, like Kawa, Epic, we had Epic cancelled last year. And this year, we have had both of them cancelled. And that poses a challenge, obviously, in our bid to grow tourism, in our bid to generate more revenues, in our bid to improve, development within our communities and to improve, the entrepreneurial mental of our people. It is a real challenge. However, I believe that in considered efforts through formation of partnerships, through, talking to funders, we can perhaps, get used to this and get some of this across the line in the coming financial year. I need to also now discuss a very core part of my discussion today, which is the financial aspects of the BTU. I need to point out that the BTO is funded through a government subvention. And the same has augured for the past 5 years. And let me just snippet you through, the general amounts that have been meted out to BTO by way of subvention. For the 2021-22 financial year, the BTO was given 92,949,560 worth of subvention. And 2022-23, the BTO was given 90,521,099 pula. And then in 2023-24, the BTO was given 91,150,200. In 2024-25, the BTO has been given 86,592,690. If you look at the trend, the general trend is that the amount of funding shows a downward trend, and given this, we need to look at the fact that it's been 5 years and the subvention is not increasing, despite the government having catapulted tourism into the forefront of Botswana's development within the tenets of NDP 12. I mean, we all know that tourism has been touted as a potential revenue earner in this 5 years. But now the subventions seem to be progressively going down, which forces the organization to work at a deficit, to have structural budget issues of various types. Now, in terms of expenditure, the expenditure for BTO has largely increased from 97.4 million to 172.6 million over the past 5 years. And, but with the the subvention is ranges around 90 million. Why? No, I'm saying 90 million. But if the subvention ranges or on average has been around 90 million over the past 5 years, then why the expenditure? Why is the expenditure higher than the subvention? Traditionally, BTO has been a custodian of the Tourism Development Fund. Traditionally. So the fund sat within the confines of the BTO. And the BTO could access the funds via the normal way of application. You would apply to the Tourism Development Fund, and a certain amount of funding would be approved for BTO to use. And that has been so for the past 5 years, especially in terms of marketing. You know, the travel shows where the bulk of the tourism revenues are generated. You know, and as such, the BTO budget has over the past 5 years been augmented or helped by the BTO's access to the Tourism Development Fund. Not only that, the BTO is also an administrator for the collection of concession royalties. And as such, the BTO has been, you know, collecting 5% of concession royalties collected. Largely, you know, 5% of a typical amount collected per annum. Now, I'd also like to point out that while travel fares are the key revenue earners for the country, we also need to specify that key revenue earners should be subjected to a proper, to proper budgeting by way of the subvention. So my move, which is a fair move, is that our subvention is particularly lower than what the nation would like to achieve. I need to point out that there have been irregularities, obviously, by way of maneuvering these financial issues that the organization has had, to the effect that an amount of 49,873,666 billion 9 was inadvertently used from the amount that we collect from the leases. While that is the case, and while it is generally alluded that this amount was used against permission, let me also point out that the Tourism Development Fund, which now has a sitting secretariat which manages the fund, has over the past 3 years approved amounts for various travel fairs and various events amounting to 42,181,548.41. And to date, these amounts were never received. A general analogy here is that during the times when the Tourism Development Fund was in the hands of the BTO, it was easier for the BTO to get approvals, for the amounts it required to run the fairs as per the requirement. But now, with the Secretariat running this, it has become clear that yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The point I wanted to make was that there has been over-reliance on TDF funding, and that has made the organization not to get used to the small portion of the subvention that it gets. And hence, it needs to be pointed out then that new ways of funding the BTO need to be found going forward. I think, having said that, I'd like to hereby say I hereby submit. Thank you so much.
15 minutes or 30 minutes. Megale, o dira nako a batho tle. Tamalela go dipotsong ya state le re ka go di riana gore re betse tsone dipotso ela. Honorable Aaron.
Ke a leboga Chairperson. Like it's sebaka se ke go leboga the accounting officer. Tota batla go tlhaloganya dingwe gongwe ka tsone di buile mme gongwe re batla clarification ya tsone. Ke gakologelwa go supa gore seabe sa BOTSWANA mo tourism se godile. Kgathano le magatwe kana dipuo tse ile gore BOTSWANA ba di bua gore BOTSWANA ke bolasaro ba ja mathothora mo tourism ya Botswana. Ka jalo gongwe would you be able to give us the contribution ya BOTSWANA in tourism as a turnover percentage on tourism participation versus the general turnover e le gore tourism ya idira specifically for BOTSWANA? Or ga ba bua ba supa gore dipalo tse di bua ke tsa gore ha na le khombi hela e le gore ya go swa Kopmund o bitswa gore ke investor wa tourism kana ya Durban. Mme tourism the prime areas le sa di ba se di bona go wa maru go le kae gore those who are running the tourism prime concession areas have been sitting in this concession for years with perpetual renewal up until now. When are we going to see BOTSWANA graduating from bo guest house say le bone bo taxi tse di yang go bo Durban le boing to the real tourism stake? Gongwe ke tlhaloganye gape gore o sa tswa go bua gore you have four subsidiary companies tse di wela under tourism. Gore how profitable are these companies, considering that you yourself are the experts in tourism, so that this may help relieve you from relying in government. Gongwe gape ke utlwile o supa gore the board ya thing consists of 7 members. Is that so?
Yes.
Yeah, this
Yes, sir.
Subsidiaries.
Yeah.
How possible is it that you have 4 companies and you only get 3 representation from them and you maintain 4 yourselves? How fair is it? How fair is this? Kana gora gore na go tsotha go votiwa le ntse ke la lona hela. I would also like to understand it has been indicated that BTO experienced reduction in government subvention ya ka ntse o supa gore dipalo tsa teng di hokotsega di reng le gore what is the long-term strategy to reduce the dependency on government? You also mentioned tourism development fund. Me ga wa e le gore entse e le thusa all these years. Me ga o supe gore how much you've been benefiting from this tourism fund. O bua hela a government the direct benefit. We would like to know what annually as o ne o supatse tourism fund ne le benefita bokae mo go yone. Gongwe, also I would like to say the last one, which mandate related performance indicator were not achieved during the audit period, and what formally approved corrective action are in place? Get that, Honorable
Furniture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just subject myself to financial performance of the organization. And I've got only 2 questions that I'm going to pose to you. The first one is, how did the organization fail to submit signed financial statements and supporting documentation for the financial years under review? That is the first question. The second one, and which is the last one, what assurance can management provide regarding the integrity and the reliability of financial information dating back to 2015/2016? I so submit, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Sidombo.
Thank you, Chair. Corporate governance. The Auditor General indicates that repeated concerns were raised in prior reports, yet the non-compliance persisted. Why were the corrective measures not implemented effectively? Does the management acknowledge the governance instability greatly contributed to the collapse of timely financial reporting? Why did it take until September, October to constitute a board capable of approving the accounting treatment changes? How can the organization assure Parliament that financial management system remain reliable in the absence of audited accounts? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first one is, which BAWA recommendations remain outstanding and why were agreed timelines not met? Second one is, how has the management ensured that governance instruments required by BAWA are fully adopted and operational? The third one, event June 2023 ko Jwane ya batho ba le 49 go shalwa ke dikoloi. Ke batla go itse gore madi a $500,000 a BTO in a answer a ne le compensation kana ke consolation, and ke batla go itse gone gore seabe sa BTO ke mo bogompieno go tsosolosa serodumo sa desert race ene ntse le e direlwa go Jwane go kgaolong ena Jwane Mabutsane. Ke bua se jana ke botsa gape gore go na le this other press release which was released by the South African Rally Raid CEO Re Achille Rutherford ka June 15 ka ngwaga wa 2024. Immediately that was the following year after the politics na go shako joining are. I want to assure Botswana and the thousands of enthusiastic Botswana motorsport that discussions with with the various stakeholders led by Botswana Tourism Organization are ongoing for 2025 event. I guess nothing happened in relation to the event being held. Le dira go le kae go busetsa serodumo se hela jaaka ne sentse ka gore ke dumela gore jaaka CEO no tlhalosa mo diversification ya lona. There is what is called sports tourism. Le dira go le kae go busetsa serodumo se ko se ne se le teng. Ke a leboga. Thank you.
Honorable friends in leave ka mabe re ba nela gore ba di arabe.
Okay. Honorable Chair, and let me thank you, Acting CEO, for that presentation. My first question will be, what were the underlying reasons behind the external auditors' resignation as auditors for the 2019 to 2021 financial years? And did the external auditors raise concerns regarding governance, documentation, or audit risk before resigning? The other question is, why did it take several years for the organization to resolve the accounting treatment issue relating to tourism development fund allocations for subsidiaries? And I want to know, to what extent did the absence of the incomplete board contribute to the prolonged audit backlog? And one more question that I've got is in regard to the PAC committee, which noted that a lot of money was spent on travel to attend the Dubai Expo. I think you'll remember well about it. Some years back. How much was spent on this trip? Just want to know how much was spent, and how much did this bring to tourism growth? And the last question is in regard to the cancellation ya Makhadi Epic. Why did you come to the cancellation of this Epic? Yet next door, event I don't know the name of the event, but the names are related, and the event is more or less the same as your Makhadi Epic, and it's coming up. I think it's end of this month. That event similar to Makhadi Epic is there and kicking. And last year it did quite very well. And I want to know, I mean, were you recording losses because last year event it was a success, and you guys were there. And later on in the day, you only disappear. So it's super. What led to the cancellation? And lastly, decided, I mean, Shashe Dam, Habron Dam, and Tabu Shashe Dam. I remember well when I was still a councillor by Kiribata, but there the presentation by B2, Basupa Hore, Hotan, some plots will be allocated around that area, that vicinity on Yamatamo now. I mean, Unosupa Road, it's still lead 3. It's my first time to hear or knowledge in India. Nagar was who did some way when I would advertise to a jungle. If liability 3, when are you going to allocate the remaining 15 sites? Say no, I'll come up with some follow-ups. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me quickly go to my tse pedinyana hela just gongwe go taleletsa mo se ne se budiwa ke Honorable Frenzel. Given that full audit recovery will only conclude in 2028, what interim accountability measures are in place to ensure public oversight and financial transparency? And what measures have been implemented to ensure future audits do not become dependent on unresolved prior year audits? In the interest of time.
Are we allowed to caucus a little bit? A minute? Even 10 minutes?
Yeah, I think 10 minutes. I have 12 rushes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because we want to give you concrete answers. So it's best that we caucus. Thank you so much.
Yes. Agora iso gore ha ona tsere o ka batla ba nela bara ba ya wa ra be wena la le nosi
Can I start with the answers?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Batutleri. We have considered the questions, and I'm going to answer them in no particular order. But we have tried as hard as possible to catalog all of them. And I'll be snippeting through the answers. And as I snippet through, I'll be giving a bit to my highly capable team to underscore some of the answers that you require. Thank you so much. The first question that I would like to give you an answer for is from Honorable Frenzel, whereupon he was asking about the underlying reasons behind resignation of external auditors between 2018 and 2019. I'll immediately give this one to our finance manager, just to cruise through it before she gives me back again. How?
Good afternoon. In terms of the resignation, the auditors did not specifically specify the reasons for the resignation. However, the resignation occurred right after they were given the report for the special purpose review. The Ministry of Environment and Tourism in 2019 instructed that sort of a forensic audit be undertaken in BTO covering the financial years 2014 to 2018. So upon appointment of the external auditors, Deloitte, in 2020, they found that review still ongoing and requested that they wait for the review to finish and then they be finished with the report for them to incorporate it into their risk assessment processes. Upon completion of the risk assessment process, that is when the communication of the resignation came in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rao. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to immediately snippet through to the next question, which goes thus: why did it take several years to fix or resolve audit queries? I'd also like to give it to our manager finance, Haurere, to snippet through it as quickly as possible before she gives it back to me again. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the duration of the delay of the correcting of the financial statement, it's a couple of different events that happened. The first one being the special purpose review. First, it delayed the start of the audit for 2019 because they were appointed in 2020. However, they had to wait for the special purpose review to conclude, which it only concluded in 2020. And then, upon them being finished with the report, which also took long for them to be finished, because the review was sanctioned by the Ministry of Tourism. Hence, the report would be finished to them, and then they would finish with to the auditor being Deloitte. This report was only issued to the auditors in October 2021. So they had waited that long for the report to be implemented into their audit procedures, which was now at risk assessment. So it means that special purpose review delayed the start of the audit. And then when it did come through, they then decided to resign for the 2 financial years, 2 out of the 3 financial years that they were appointed, noting that they will only finish 2019 and 2020 and 21 they will not conclude on. So that means now we need to now look for new auditors to take over the financial years that have been resigned for. And then also, that review in for the 2019 auditors, there raised a critical concern regarding the BTO's accounting treatment for the funding issues to the subsidiaries. The funding issues from the subsidiaries were funds obtained from the TDF, that is Tourism Development Fund. So BTO requested funds from the Tourism Development Fund to assist the subsidiaries in setting up and the operational cost. So in facilitating this process, in issuing the funds to the subsidiaries, they were then treated as subsidiary loans. So the auditors questioned this aspect, that these funds were from the Tourism Development Fund, which is a government, that gave it as a grant. Why then did the BTO now issue it as subsidiary loans? So that accounting treatment had to be changed. And then there was that issue of lack of a correct board. And as we know, for change of accounting treatment, it requires the board that actually sign on the financials and take responsibility for them. So that gap of having a correct board led to the delay in approval of the changing treatment. And then upon appointment of the board, the accounting treatment has been agreed that in July 2025, the board was finally appointed, and they met and approved that these funding be treated as grants, as they were obtained from the Tourism Development Fund as grants. And communications with the auditors are ongoing, and the financials has been restated to confirm that these were grants and not loans. And the auditors are currently with the financial statement reviewing the draft that have been submitted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, FM. I'll go to the next question, which goes thus: did lack of board contribute to audit backlog? Well, I think Hao has covered some of that, unless if you feel that she still has to snip it through it again. Thank you so much. And then yet again by Honorable Frenzel. He says a lot of money was spent on travel to Dubai. I think this was during the Dubai Expo. And how much did it bring to tourism growth? The Dubai Expo really was done through concerted efforts in partnership with Ministry of Trade, Department of Tourism, the then Ministry of Youth and Culture, and Ministry of Environment and Tourism. You know, the rest of this parties really attended this expo, as did the rest of the world back then. And I think the key part is that the Dubai Expo ran for about 6 months. And a lot of countries around the world, participated in that. It was a vehicle in which we could use to, to optimize, and increase on our tourism industry's footprint in terms of accessing the market. And the total amount that was spent was 4,970,000 and 972 pool. 4.9 million in essence. Yeah. Yeah, or 5 million essentially. I think we are clear on that question. Thank you so much. The last one by Honorable Frenzel was, why was EPIC cancelled despite there being another event of a similar type in the same Makadi area? I don't know if this similar event that is being referred to is the race for the rhinos. 1,300 as a raise. Oh. No, he's still on Makhaidi yeah, I think, the buzzword with us cancelling Makhaidi both last year and this year, I'd like to go for them both, is that we simply didn't have the money. And the pot from which we've been dipping over the years, being the Tourism Development Fund, didn't have anything for us. So basically, we didn't have the money, the requisite finance to run the event. I think I already can underscore what I'm saying, just to tell you the requisite budget to fund, the last held Makhaidi Khadi Epic. How much was that?
It was in the tune of 14 million.
Spent. Yeah. So you can see the obscene amount of money required to run this event. So we couldn't get the 14 million last year, and we don't think we'll get the 14 million this year. But we'll prepare ourselves. I know, but they've been talking of funding models, and what we are trying to do, things through partnerships. I believe there are opportunities out there. There are opportunities to get partnerships. But the question here is, do we take advantage of those partnerships? And which is why, we are engaging a lot of partners, both intra-country and extra-country, to try to raise funds for this critical event. It goes without saying that Makhaidi Bokawa are events that boost, local tourism. Is a fact. So that's what we are doing to try to move forward, so that in the next financial years, the kind of model that we implement in terms of financing would be the model of best fit, given the current financial situations for our country.
The Dubai trip.
Yes.
How much did it bring to the tourism growth?
Yeah, I'd like to believe that those figures are there, sitting with our research department. So I'll rather have them fed to the committee. Okay.
I mean, those are the 5 million. That's the one we are talking of, the 5 million, the 4.9 million.
Yes, sir.
That
Yes.
was spent on the Dubai.
Yes.
So I just want to know, how much did this bring to the tourism growth?
Yes. No. I'm trying to reply to that one, because you invest. For instance, you invest 4.9 million or 5 million, for argument's sake, but then there's the downward aspect of return on investment, and I think that's what your question is saying. So what I'm saying here is that our research department has the data, and we'd like to bring the data, because in the correspondence made out from yourselves, you said that where data is either confidential or could expose us to our competitors, we can have it sent.
Yeah.
By way of letter.
An institution, le invest about 5 million.
Yes, sir.
Don't you very tell very investment there is one quite so quite very sure I may have 5 million. Who cut or 60 kind 3 million.
Yes, sir.
How will you expose you to any competition unless you're an allow or the head how information I think no.
Not immediately available, but we will definitely bring it to the committee, send it through to the committee.
So our research and investment taxpayers money like 5 million invest to aqua.
No, what I'm trying to say, there is that we know the return on investment. Just that is not part of the offering that we have here for presentation. So we'd like to be allowed to bring it appropriately by sending through. We were aware that part of the correspondence was telling us that certain bits of data, if they are not easily obtainable, can then be submitted, perhaps outside the city. Thank you.
Me a ke a kgotsofala but a re tswelle pele nako e
Ke a leboha, e re ke a leboha.
Go raya gore re ka e bona leng?
Before end of the week.
Before end of the week.
End of the week.
Go na le gape gore tele submit di subsidiary tse di audited tse ntse le bua ka tsone.
Yes, sir.
Tsone re ka di bona
by the end of the week, yeah.
By end of the week.
Yes.
Nako e tšhaila so re tse 1 or 2 ba ba sa arabegang re follow up ba ba sa arabiwang.
Then Honorable Okay. Thank you so much. The next question from Honorable Sidombo, which goes thus: Auditor General indicates that repeated consent were raised despite continued non-compliance in terms of audits and financials. I think I've allocated it to Rao to snip it through quickly before we get the next one. Yes. I think Rao will also take, our FM will also take the next one by Honorable Sidombo in terms of governance. And I'll give it to our board secretary to talk of board constitution, the board constitution one, still from Honorable Sidombo. Yeah, I think let's get started.
Thank you. The main concern raised from the Auditor General, the lack of submission of audited financials. As previously mentioned, this was a catapult of events over the various years, ranging from the special purpose review that delayed the start of the audit, and then the main issue of accounting treatment that was delayed also by the board. Hence, we could not submit audited financials to the Auditor General. However, the current management, and working very closely with the board support, is currently working on closing this gap. As mentioned, the 2019 draft financials have been issued to the auditors, and the next auditor, KPMG, will be ready to conclude once Deloitte has concluded on this. I think this one didn't cover.
The governance aid. That's money going to governance issues.
Okay. Yeah. I think there's one we missed the detail, Honorable Sidombo, regarding governance issues. I don't know if it's possible for a repeat, or it would be a follow-up. Yeah, governance issues. We did not really catch the detail of the question. If it's possible, just repeat it there.
The question is, does the management acknowledge that governance instability greatly contributed to the collapse of timely financial reporting?
Thank you, sir. Indeed, the lack of governance did contribute to this. As the accounting officer previously mentioned, there were a period of time where the accounting officer role was changing. The previous time that BTO had a substantive CEO was end of February 2021. And since then, until July 2025, there has been various acting appointments, whereby it will be 3 months, one accounting officer is appointed, and then sometime the following 3 months, another one is appointed. So that shift in the accounting officer role creates a disturbance in the flow of the work proceeding. So only in July 2025, that is when finally a substantive CEO was appointed. And then later on, a board was constituted. So the direction was clear into what has to be done. Because the main delay here was around the funding, which for over the years has been back and forth between the organization and the auditors. If I can go back, Deloitte previously audited, treated this funding, there were just projects under BTO. Another auditor came in, PwC, wherein they requested a restatement to say these are not just projects, we need to set them up as subsidiaries and go as per the shareholder agreement with the trust that says the funds should be treated as loan. So that was a restatement. Now, another auditor comes in noting that treatment was not right. So it was back and forth for over the years, for which the current leadership now or accounting structures need to really look at the aspect in more detail to ensure that that back and forth does not occur. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, FM. We'll just try to blaze through the questions now in the respect of your valuable time. Unless if I'm allowed. Yeah, the next one, as I've said, I've already given it to our board secretary to answer.
The next question is related to the other question by Honorable Sidombo. It was asking about governance and why it took until September and October of 2024 to constitute a board. I wish to highlight that, as we've already stated, in a period of 4 years, sorry, is it better? All right, in a period of 4 years, there were 4 different CEOs. From a leadership perspective, that's what we can mention. From a board perspective, in those same 4 years, there were 2 of those years where there was no quorate board. So the board was only appointed September and October, was only fully quorate in 2024, September and October, until last year, June, when the current board was appointed. So as to the appointment of the board of directors, in terms of the Act, is appointed by the minister. So the reasons why perhaps a board or a CEO substantively are not appointed or fully quorate for the whole period of time is something that is a difficult one for us to answer sitting up here.
Thank you, Board Secretary. The very next question will be a set of questions from Honorable Aaron. The next question goes thus, would you be able to give contribution of Botswana as a tourism percentage versus non-Botswana? I'd like to say that this is a very critical question. It's a critical question because it comes at a time when, there are talks of citizen empowerment, there are talks of job creation, there are talks of community empowerment, and entrepreneurial developing our CBOs or community-based organizations. I need to specify that of the facilities in terms of within the national parks, game reserves, and Okavango Delta that exist currently, we have a percentage of 33% citizen-owned. We have 27% in joint venture partnership, and we have about 40% foreign-owned. And if you look, if you do a pound-for-pound comparison between the National Development Planning period, the previous period, and the last 5 years, have seen a huge departure from how Botswana had, particularly been participating in industry in the past, to how their net contribution to industry is playing such a pivotal role. So I think, in essence, the buzzword is yes, slowly but surely the improvements are being made. Of course, we desire that Botswana should have should participate much more, especially because tourism is about the natural resources around which our communities live. So naturally, one would want our communities to benefit directly, on these natural resources. I hope we have snippeted through it just fine in that respect. And I think the next question from Honorable Aaron goes thus: is it true that those who have had leases in concession areas have had perpetual renewal? I'd like to give this one to our technical guy in terms of leases and lease renewals, Lester Sibuso. Lester, can you take that one?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon once again. We wish to start by highlighting that there is a standard tourism lease period for concessions that is being implemented across land authorities. We as BTO have a technical facilitatory role across land authorities, being Department of Lands for state land concessions and land boards for tribal land concessions. Now, the practice or the trend has been that the leases that are currently in existence are guided in terms of our renewal and how we proceed forward. We are guided by the clauses of the leases, but the trend is for all existing tourism leases that are being renewed, they are being subjected to the standard lease template that guards against any possible perpetual renewal. But where there was a renewal clause in any lease, as you know, a lease is a binding contract. It has to be observed as much as possible without prejudice to the two parties signing the lease. So all we can indicate at this point is that a lot of efforts have been made to try and get the control of the leases that seemingly were to remain in perpetual ownership of the leaseholders who have held them for all those years. You may be aware that a good number of those leases, while they were being renewed as per the renewal clauses, efforts were also made to transfer them to communities as part of the infusion of citizen participation in the beneficiation of the tourism leases. So in as much as the operator may have the right of renewal, subject of course to compliance clauses in the lease, then the government then made a decision to at least transfer the leases to communities such that now there is actually community beneficiation within the leases, and then ensure that the subsequent lease contract that is signed is actually one that is aligned to the direction that I've indicated. Thank you.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Can I just a quick one? You are talking about standards, again, of renewals and of this list. Nna ke batla go itse gore tsone tse di automatic renewal or perpetual renewal or whatever the term that you use, tsa senela ruri. Tse le gore le ha di hela automatically. Are those standards and reasons di tsewe ke bagwebi ba bote? O kana go na le dikompone go ya ka go rata ga ba ba tshwereng teta ya go renewa ba ba renewa hela kana there are common standards uniform to everybody. Yo le re mongwe le mongwe wa itse gore ga o dira jana you qualify for the automatic or perpetual renewal. Could you hakere gore o bitse di components tse di qualify ka maina ke ra gore me go na le tse di ka ga di dirang ka te gore kompone gore go to yone ga e sutisiwe kore tshwantse gore e dire jaana e behave jaana e nne mo go ntseng jaana gore le ba bangwe ba ba eletsa go dirisa space seo ba itse gore ga ba mite what is required for them to be treated as such.
Through you, Chair, before I'm the one who brought this word, perpetual. Maybe I should clarify it. Are you aware of the clause, first right of refusal by the sitting tenant? As long as I am the sitting tenant of the concession, no matter how best your proposal is, I'm first told that as long as I can beat your proposal, I remain perpetual renewal. I don't have to be the best, but I just wait for whoever who brings in their proposal, and I'm told, okay, Company X, the sitting tenant, you have been beat by Company Y by $1 million. Are you willing to do that? That is what you call perpetual renewal, because that person ha gona go na le right ya go ka montsha kore ene o na le right ya go ka push out whoever who comes in. Are you aware of the first right of refusal clause eli dirile lona ba BTO under hormone le go bitsa land bank?
Just on a point of procedure. Kore ga ke itse gore o tshwere le wa jang gompieno nna ne ke tsa gore jaaka no re ne tse gore re botse dipotso o tla bo ba hile sebaka sa gore ba arabe be re dira di-follow up ko morago yaanong ke tla ke utlwa yaanong le gore re setse le dira di-follow up mme nna ise re utlwe dikarabo tsa dipotso tse re di buileng yaanong ga ke lebeletse nako modula setilo ga ke tsora re tshwere sentle unless le ga lo tla extend ka 30 minutes of which I don't have any problem. Thank you.
Bope ka monwana mo di-member mme go rona re dirang seemo sone ese ke opa le tswelele arabe ra le 10 minutes ela yaanong ke bere ke ka 12 nako setse le 1 10 minutes e bere le di gareleng ka pele.
Thank you so much, Batuteri.
Didn't provide written submissions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let us snip it through as fast as we can. I think a perpetual renewal, we have clarified it. And the follow-up question, if there is any need to fashion it, we will make submissions with regards to that. Now, there's one on profitability of subsidiaries. You know, the general perspective around our subsidiaries and the health of the related business ventures and their projects is that all of our subsidiaries to date, since they were formed, remain, to be profitable. I think, top of exemplification, that comes to mind right now is the Saboba project in Chobe. And as you know, everybody knows that, the facilities are almost lying in ruins, And the major reasons are that, somehow the BTO couldn't make them profitable. I don't know whether it's related to governance issues, but it's largely because, when you create a business to make money, you need to find a requisite model of operating that business. And if you look at Saboba, it was just a cultural village. How do you liquidize a cultural village, really? How do you make a cultural village a global attraction? How do you liquidize it? How do you make money out of it? perhaps you could, if the requisite models were developed back then when these projects were implemented. But then, look at the land, where the land is. The land is right on the banks of the Chobe River. And adjacent to it, you have a number of establishments which are making profit. You have BOTSWANA, and further downstream, on Chobe Safari Lodge. So if the idea had been right, okay, let's straight on build a small hotel, we wouldn't be talking about non-profitability today. In any case, to expound further on that, let me give it to the FM, to add a bit on the actual situation on profit and loss. Okay, FM.
Thank you, CEO. I just wanted to add on to what our accounting officer just noted on the profitability of the subsidiaries. Just as a way of a background, these subsidiaries were formed under the CBRN model. So these were not really set out for them to be profitable. It was a view of community beneficiation. Hence, the current model of the trust in the specific region partnering with the BTO, and the BTO having majority share, not for gaining of the profits from the structure or that business, just for facilitating the community, the trust, to teach them how to run these businesses, how to set them up, and as a conduit of the funding from the government bodies to set up these businesses. The view of this 51% was not necessarily to make money for BTO. It was in view of supporting of the communities and the trust, that once these become profitable, that money will be injected back into that specific business, or even go out into other regions to develop the tourism product. And also, these subsidiary companies were set up in areas whereby they were not immediately commercially attractive to your general investors. So this was to develop the product from scratch in areas that did not have tourism product, just to diversify from the Delta to other areas. Like if you can look, for example, Homeremi is the gorge. It's not in that Delta, Lepokole, and Seboba, and the Zabon Camel Park. It's a diversification from our standard model of the tourism that we rely on, that is on the Delta, and the animals that the tourists come to view here. So in the initiation phase of it, it wasn't really viewed for the profit and running like that, but mostly for community beneficiation as well as development of the tourism product. Thank you.
Thank you, FM. I'll proceed to the next question, which is from, again, Honorable Aaron. What's the key long-term strategy to reduce reliance on TDF and subsidiaries? Yeah, I love this question because it's a question of BTO positioning itself to find financial models that would meet the needs of the future. We have realized how much over-reliance on government, can leave an organization. So drawing from those learnings and with our conversations with the parent ministry and colleagues from within the echelons of the ministry, we have the green light, to find alternative funding, either to utilize the vehicles that we have in terms of the Kasane Kazungulari Development Project, whereupon I told you we have 4 very liquidizable plots, which can be a quick win should we implement them and make money out of them. I think models, at a time like this, we need to reconsider what was happening in the past. It's no longer the same as it used to be. And, it has to inspire us to develop different types of funding models, in which the BTO can then make profits and self-fund under that respect. So yes, it's a good question, and yes, we are pursuing very well in pursuit of that direction. Thank you so much. And then there is another one. There's another one on the compensation from Honorable Kwape. I think the bar ones we have handled them. Kwakwa. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. From Honorable Kwakwa. Kwapa. Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think this one is vested mainly on the half a million amount that the BTO gave to the district leadership after the unfortunate incident in which a bevy of cars had a fire rage on them, in the midst of the event. I know the nation is listening. Once again, it's a very unfortunate event, and our prayers are with all those who lost their precious motor vehicles. But then, in answering that question, I'd like to give it to our board secretary, to snip it through it before I take it once again and continue with the upcoming questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO. If I remember the question well, BOTSWANA was this compensation or Yes, I want to take it exactly as it was.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to get the exact wording. So this payment was not admission of any liability. It was a fund that was set up where BTO was one of the stakeholders that assisted with the funding. So BTO contributed 500,000 pula towards this. So this money was meant, it was not meant to fund any kind of liability that BTO would acknowledge on its part. So talks are still underway to compensate, and perhaps the district commissioner as well as other stakeholders. It's very difficult to answer a question where there are many stakeholders involved, especially issues that may be legal or may have legal implications. But the money that was paid was not admission of any liability, and it is meant to assist. Ex gratia payment. So it's a goodwill payment that was made. No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a fund that was set up in terms of a trust that was set up where funds were paid into. BTO was one of the stakeholders that paid into this fund to assist those who had lost their property. So it's not compensation. Right, it's not admission of anything. However, as the CEO has said, it's a way for BTO to notice that there was loss that was suffered by people, unfortunately, at an event. And BTO aims to assist those people however it can without acknowledging any liability.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just a quick one. I then speak quickly to the cancellation of data series 2024 as well as in 2025. We are in 2026. June is just around the corner, so we will look at that press release. So speak to it. Thank you.
Yeah. Desert race cancellation. Look, we haven't had desert race for some time due to various irregularities. I know in 2024 we couldn't agree with the organizers because our South African brothers wanted to pilot a different type of race. One much like I don't know what they call it, but it's a race in which, a longer race basically, which involves, which involves, or which is held in different countries. I mean, I know it was first done in Dakar, a few years back in Argentina, and South Africa wanted to pilot, a race that could give them capability, to compete in hosting the Dakar Rally. Yes, the Dakar Rally. Dakar is the word. And it so happened that, the timing was close to the time that had been allotted to the desert race. And this made it particularly difficult for the BTO and the organizers to agree on this particular time, which we, from our side, wanted. And they, the organizers who are based in South Africa, wanted to use their resources to experiment with a Dakar-like rally, to put themselves in a better position, to compete, hosting rides for Dakar. While that's one of the reasons, come 2025, we found ourselves in a financial position that was not commensurate with holding a desert race. The requisite funding was not to be found. Hence, we had to cleverly desist from time to forge ahead organizing that race. Of course, we had things. You normally want the race to be held because it boosts local tourism. It attracts, various types of tourists, especially in the Southern African context, and perhaps even the greater, African context. So yes, we haven't held it, and yes, we had reasons, and yes, the reasons are perhaps structural organizational reasons which I've given, and the others are structural budget constraints.
Clarification more in Steve. The do or die one. From the answer you are giving, can you like a worry? Holo had this 1,000 it's like it was in preparedness for the Dakar rally.
No.
But these are their own resources. And get like this who recent and how as a result of the budget constraints, it has not been able to really happen. So what are you saying?
Yeah, I think I can give some clarity. No, what I was saying was that in 2024, the BTO was in talks with the organizers to host the normal Toyota Desert Race, Manshabisi, dubbed Manshabisi. However, we have an event calendar. We could not take a desert race which happens in July or in June to the calendar date where, Botswana Travel and Tourism Expo is to be held. So in our calendar, during the same week, the organizers of the desert race, who happen to be South Africans, who we normally sign a contract with, were interested in something else that would promote their own destination. They wanted to showcase a Dakar-like rally localized in South Africa at just about the same time, which was in direct competition with our desire to hold Desert Race Botswana. I hope that gives clarity. And then the second reason is the one of structural budget issues. So in essence, the budget to hold Desert Race, without partnerships, of course, with government funds, is almost impossible nowadays. And we're working round the clock to try to form partnerships that would be fruitful enough to help us fund the Toyota Desert Race, because it's such a beloved event.
Le ga dipotso ke wena ke na tshepa gore ga di arabega sentle because of nako o tla re a re boela re simolola ka bone re ba ya nako e telele ke bona batlotlegi ne ba na dipotso tse dintsi thata le bone ga bata ba ipaakantse go gaisa ka lene le ipaakantse gompieno.
Chairman, I just wanted to give them feedback. Now I'm not impressed. Ka team ya bone ka ba tshwantse ba arabe ka teng. Gore ha potso e di isitswe ko go wena mongwe le mongwe o tshwantse gore a lebagane le potso ya ka e arabang. And o berekele mo nakong e le gore ya be le teng. So I think next time you should improve on how you engage with the committee. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to bring clarity to something said the CEO was Sibua. Una super at some point banele the custodian it's my dear the Tourism Development Fund. Jan get also for Canada, this is a special fund. Special fund is it's a statutory fund order, which is a statutory instrument. And according to the statutory instrument, Madi a thing and a purpose, a specific purpose. I long for me I be so for I could be to here. And then also committee it's supposed to make decisions on the usage these funds. Were they in alignment? Because change this committee and your committee it was in alignment, so maybe they could have clarified, and maybe just for the house or the committee that is here for each or all special funds didn't fund order which are statutory instruments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Members. I just wanted to make just some few comments. Particularly, I think the Honorable Members have actually asked a lot of questions in terms of submission of audited financials. I think we have mentioned that your subsidiaries, they do submit audited financials yourselves. However, you are not able to do audits as far back as 2018. I think it's a serious concern. It's a great concern. So I thought maybe you will be able to at least give a plan as to how you are going to catch up on the backlog, so that you really give the honorable members assurance that you will catch up and you will give some confidence that the funds are really used accordingly. Yes. And also maybe honorable. Also maybe to talk to your diversification plan, to make sure that you come up with a plan for that. I know that you mentioned that you want to really reduce reliance from government. But also from your summaries, we have noted that there are some a rising number of legal disputes from the summaries that we have looked at from our end. And I think maybe you can just share how you are going to put up some mitigation measures to ensure that those legal disputes, maybe you can control them or put some control over them. I thank you, Chair.
Let me thank you. Timeline. Rale boga mo committee e sa itumela mo behalf of the committee e sa itumelang ka dikarabo ke sola gore ha leta le ipakantsa go gaisa ke le ipakantsa gompieno ha ka o botela ba re ga ba impressed re ta ba re dira thulaganyo engwe gape gore re le lebitse mme tshepe ko re a re lebitsa re tata le hana ko e rileng gore le kgona go araba dipotso tsa batotegi sente le ka boammaruri ke a leboga. Two happy for BRS. Thank you.